You're going to push it to turn your mic on, and then when it's green, it's on. When it's red, it's on.
All right, good evening, everyone. The time is going on 6:32. Are we ready, commissioners? How are we doing? Everybody kind of good? All right, let's get moving then. All right, so good evening, Cibolo citizens, commissioners, city staff. Time is 6:33, and I will go ahead and call our meeting to order. Before we move on to item number 2, which is our roll call and excused absences, just wanted to announce that our commission has changed a little bit. We have Mr. Thompson did resign, and we have Mr. Brown that is now in seat 6. And yes, welcome. And we have Mr. Hines is on EDC. He is a permanent member on EDC, which conflicts with being on planning and zoning, so he is not here as alt anymore. And then we did get someone appointed for the alt 2 seat, which is not here, alt 1 seat. Okay, and is here tonight or no, is not here tonight. Okay. And so then that would leave open an alt 2 seat that we will, I guess, go through the process for at some point. So, okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and do a roll call starting on this end.
Anthony Sharp, present.
Angela Dodd, present.
Jacqueline Garcia, present.
Ms. Grieve, present.
Maria Fishback, present.
Mark Brown, present.
Emma Hubbard, present.
All right. And then, Mr. Brown, I'll just try to maybe slow it down a little bit and go through a few things on process and just let us know. Generally, what we do is we keep our microphones off, we turn them on when we want to speak, and then we do like a roll call style when we have discussion. So when we come up to an item, we start on the right and we give each commissioner a chance to speak, and we kind of go through once, and the chair goes last, so you all will have your conversation and we'll go through once and then we'll move on to the next item. Same thing for voting. When it's time to vote on something, we'll always start on the right and you can say yay or nay, and then we just kind of go down in order. So, perfect. With that, we will go ahead and move on to item number 3, which is our invocation and moment of silence. And Ms. Garcia, would you like to choose?
Yes, I want to go ahead and do an invocation.
Invocation, okay.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allowing us to grow closer as a group so that we may make the right decisions for the city and for the citizens of Cibolo. Amen.
Okay, and for the Pledge of Allegiance, please turn to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Oh, give me a second. I got my big chair today. All right. Okay. So then we will move on to item number 6, which is our citizens to be heard. And we do have a few people in the audience today. Oh, I'm sorry, oath of office. I'm not used to seeing that on there. My eyeballs just skipped right past it. Our city secretary, Ms. Val, take it away. All right, congratulations, thank you. All right, so next we'll move on to item number 6, which is our citizens to be heard. And I do see some people in the audience, so I just want to let you all know that this process, you have to sign in on the sheet at the front before the meeting starts, and then you have your 3 minutes to speak. I think the people on the sheet know that they're on the sheet. Sometimes we have people sign up that don't mean to go on there, so I just want to double check. With that, I feel like the microphone is very loud tonight, by the way, you guys. This is the only time during the meeting that a citizen can address the commission. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the commission on any issue, to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The commission may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the commission may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. This is the Attorney General opinion, JC0169. This is a limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the commission as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the commission, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. And this meeting is live streamed. So with that, on citizens to be heard, I have Ms. Kara Latimer. If you could please come to the dais and turn the microphone on.
In front of you is a little blackened box. Is there a little black box off to the side? Touch it.
Okay.
Did it light up with microphone?
Yes, looks like it's for volume
Yes.
control.
And your microphone number is?
Your microphone's in green.
Okay, so we can turn ours up and down. Okay, so maybe we'll turn the mic down just a little bit. Is that better? Not so echoey. Does it
Can you
have
still hear
volume
her
for
okay?
who's out there too?
No.
Who's at the
It
podium?
was very loud.
There we go. Yeah, that one could probably be a little loud, but okay. I appreciate that. Learn
You are
something
most
new.
welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and good evening, and thank you for serving on our Planning and Zoning Commission. If you don't know me, my name is Kara Latimer, and I am the mayor of the city of Cibolo. And I'm specifically here tonight because we are in the process of doing a development agreement with Mosaic Development. Sorry, I don't know the exact name. And it came, as we began to get into this development agreement, it came upon my heart that we need to include our planning and zoning commissioners as part of this process. It's going to be a big involved process. Mr. Vasquez is going to be giving you that information, but I am, I don't like it when we silo, when we separate, or when we don't know what the left hand or the right hand is doing. And this is an attempt, not a pressure, on any of you all to participate. So you will have to be able to make quorum at those events because it will be a workshop, and we, the council, will also have to make quorum. So I just wanted to come before you and tell you I'm excited to work with you on this project, and that I appreciate you and your voice matters, and thank you so much for your service to the city, and I look forward to seeing you at the development agreement meetings.
Thank you, Mayor Latimer. And next we have on our list Miss Norma Stevens.
Good evening, Commissioners. I came, as you may know, I'm Councilwoman Norma Sanchez-Stevens, and I also wanted to say thank you to each and one of you as we have new members being sworn in, which I'm part of the interview committee. And I am so happy that the interview committee is now formed with our chairpersons and our vice chairpersons, at the absence of our chairpersons, engaged and involved with that conversation, because it mattered to us as a council body of who to involve you in the process of who will become new members on your board. So we felt that the interview process should have included the chairpersons, and we look forward to the many other opportunities to interview processes for more members as the need should come. And I wanted to congratulate those who are new to the board, and thank you for your sacrifices, as well as every one of you who sacrificed your time for our city and the attention to detail that you pay to everything that's brought before you. It doesn't go unnoticed. I know I, for one, watch the P&Z meetings, which are very helpful. So your recommendation is very valuable to me as a council member and to others just as well. And I also, just as a token of my appreciation, I realized that as I came here today, that you all may not have a Cibolo pin. And I hope that in giving you a Cibolo pin that you would wear it with pride, because we are proud to have you on our board. And at the same time, I would also like to encourage you to wear it to any Cibolo function that you may attend and wear it with great pride as you represent our city. So this is just a small token of our appreciation. Wish we could be so much more, but we really enjoy doing this alongside you and having you doing this alongside us. We would like to also see you in more participating events like the tree planting ceremony and everything else that we have coming, because we really are community minded and we really want to come together. And I hope that you will come to that development agreement meeting, because I feel like that's another opportunity for us to learn and to collaborate together and to get your perspective as well. And I love the training opportunities that you are also doing and enforcing for your board. And I just wanted to commend you for your efforts. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Steven Sanchez.
Thank you.
I have been pinned. Thank you. Very cute. All right, commissioners. With that, it's the only names I have on our citizens to be heard. So we will move on to item number 7, which is the consent agenda. This is approval of minutes from the January 14th, 2026. We did not meet in February because we didn't have anything for an agenda. Did everyone on the commission here get a moment to look at the minutes? Yes. Okay. And is there anything that we need to go over? No. Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to approve item 7A as written?
I make a motion to approve item 7A.
Okay. As
I
written.
second.
And then we have a second. And we'll go down all in favor, or I'm sorry, go down this side.
Aye.
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 Well, I guess I wasn't here, but, so I don't know. if
You can
gave me a-
abstain.
Okay, I'll abstain.
Okay.
Aye.
Perfect. Okay. Yes. Ms. Fishback made the motion. Ms. Hubbard, second. Yes. Okay. Okay. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 8A. 8A is our public hearing. This is to conduct a public hearing regarding a request to amend the future land use map, which you'll hear us call the FLUME all the time, in the Cibolo Tomorrow Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use designated from estate residential to rural residential agricultural for certain real property located at 5590 Lower Seguin Road, which is legally described as ABS 271 Sir F. Rodriguez, 11.050 acres, tract 1. Is that it?
Good Good evening, commissioners. So the owners and the representatives are DJ Austin with Priest Trees Worldwide LLC. It's located at 5590 Lower Seguin Road, and it is 11.050 acres. It's directly north of Lower Seguin Road and west of Hagerville Road. It's within Council Place 4. The existing future land use is estate residential, and the proposed future land use is rural residential agricultural. The existing zoning is the low-density single-family residential, or SF2. And existing use is undeveloped. There's no residential properties on there. The proposed use is agricultural sales and services. So the applicant is requesting Priest Trees Worldwide LLC an amendment to the future land use map, or FLUME, contained in the Cibolo Tomorrow Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use designation from estate residential to rural residential / agriculture for one parcel. And according to the applicant's narrative letter, which is attached within your packet, they intend to develop to a plant nursery. The surrounding properties north of this property is undeveloped as well. It's estate residential in the FLUME and agricultural in the current zoning. South of this property is residential in the FLUME, has it being estate residential, and the current zoning is low density single family. There's also some ETJ properties that are south of this, And then west, there is a residential property that is estate residential as well in the Flume and SF2. And east is undeveloped, and the Flume has it being estate residential, and the zoning district is SF2 as well. The subject property is currently designated as estate residential on the Flume, and according to the comprehensive plan, the character and intent of the estate residential includes predominantly single-family housing on large lots located throughout the community. The primary land use in estate residential consists of single-family detached homes, cluster development, parks, and open space, while civic and institutional are considered secondary land uses. The place type allows lot sizes ranging from a half an acre to 2 acres. And the applicant is requesting a Flume amendment to rural residential / agricultural, which is intended for areas within the city which will remain a rural character. And they are comprised of natural undeveloped space, agricultural, and large lots with large lot minimums. The primary land uses in rural residential / agricultural include single-family detached homes, agricultural parks, and open space, while civic and institutional agricultural business are shown as a secondary land uses. The lot sizes in this place type are greater than 2 acres. And this Flume Amendment request highlights a gap that currently exists between the Cibolo Tomorrow Comprehensive Plan and the city's UDC. While the comprehensive plan identifies agricultural business as a secondary land use in the rural residential agricultural place type, a plant nursery would be classified under the UDC as agricultural sales and services, which is considered a commercial land use rather than a residential or agricultural use. Section 13.2, commercial uses of the UDC, defines the agricultural sales and services as establishments, or places of business engaged in sale from the premises of feed and grain, fertilizers, pesticides, and similar goods in the provisions of agricultural related services with incidental storage on lots other than where the service is rendered. Typical uses include nurseries, hay, feed, and grain stores, and tree service firms. And under the UDC, this use is permitted by right in the C4 and L1 and heavy industrial, the L2 or I2, zoning districts. It is not permitted in any residential zoning districts, including the agricultural homestead. The comprehensive plan does not include a commercial or industrial place type that directly aligns with the agricultural sales and services as defined in the UDC. And below are some of the approval criteria that are mentioned within section 3.6.d of the city's UDC. And this provides direction to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council when considering the amendment to the comprehensive plan, including changes to the Flume by outlining the criteria.
Is that all? No, just
Yeah.
kidding. Okay.
I almost said, if you have questions, ask me, but this is public hearing.
Yeah, that was a lot of information. Does everyone need a moment to digest? We're good? Gotcha, okay. Perfect, thank you, Ms. Livia. So with that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. The public hearing does not require a sign-in sheet. It is anyone in the audience that would like to raise their hand. Technically, we do not have a time limit unless we have so many people that we need to instate a time limit. I will go ahead and open the public hearing. The time is 6:51. And looks like we have our first speaker.
Hello, my name is Carol Latimer. I reside at 553 Tully Road. I am in the agricultural rural zoning classification. I heard the word that this is a gap in our UDC, and I vehemently disagree with that assessment. It isn't a gap in our UDC. Agricultural is a residential district where people like myself who farm sheep, we have bees, and we have chickens. We do sell some of our product. We are ag exempt within the county. We are an active farm. We live on our farm. That is what agricultural or rural residential should stand for. We do not live somewhere else and then have our land be a business. So I want to make sure that the commissioners understand that my zoning classification is very important for me. I don't know if you know this, but I fought to be zoned ag. I was denied and had to come back and fight again to be zoned ag. It is not a gap. We live on our farms, we work our farms, our ranches matter, and they are a component of the residential existence in the city of Cibolo, even though right now, sometimes there is shadow thrown on us, right? Shade. No, wait. Right way to say that, shade, right? Not shadow. So not cool. There's shadow thrown on us as ranchers and farmers, but this is not a gap. This is for people who, like the whites, the Twinters, there's more people than I could name that live on their land and farm their land. So please don't consider having farm operations the same as agricultural residential. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Latimer. Do I have anyone else here to speak during this public hearing on that item? Yes, please come up. You can state your name and then push the button. If the light turns green, you're ready to go.
Okay, hi. I'm DJ Austin. I'm actually a co-owner of the Priest Trees Worldwide property. This is my partner, Corwin Priest. And Mayor, thank you very much for pointing all of those items out because, yes, that is very important to me. I'm currently renting a house here. I just moved here, and I haven't been able to have the opportunity to build anything on our property.
Miss DJ,
Yes.
yes, we need you to adjust.
Oh, sorry.
I understand that she's here.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
It's hard to know because she's here as the mayor, but sometimes she gets to come up and speak as a normal citizen.
Okay.
So she's not here to make
I
decisions.
appreciate what you said. Thank
Gotcha.
you.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
everybody here that's to
Yes,
make
ma'am.
decisions. Gotcha. Thank you.
So, in light of what she said, I agree with a lot of the statements, and it is very challenging for me. I've just moved here. I would have liked to build on the property, but it wasn't zoned in order for me to do that and do the farm use. I just kind of want to give you a little bit about who we are and why we're doing this. Corwin is a San Antonio native. I've been an all-over Texas transplant. We've both spent nearly 20 years in the oil and gas industry, and that's almost 4 decades of combined experience between the two of us. And the oil and gas industry is not known for its warmth and greenery, and at some point you kind of start wanting something different. So we're trying to do something that's a little more tangible, and if you've ever eaten anything that you grew yourself, tomato or pepper, you already know what we're talking about. So we grow and sell 2 things, or intend to, and it will exclusively be online sales. There will be no on the property hand-to-hand sales. Everything will be either wholesale by us, taken off of the property. There won't be any signage. There won't be any traffic. There's not going to be any parking lots full of, Saturday morning customers going to the nursery. And we are trying to do this in an environmentally sustainable way. We've been working with the NRCS for some of their conservation practices, and we are using a lot of natural processes and rain catchment for watering, even though we are on city water, I believe. But we're looking to be good stewards of the land. And I don't necessarily agree with the commercial part of the zoning because it's not going to be like commercial traffic or trucks or anything like that. It is just, it's going to, I feel like ag is more appropriate, but I understand it has to meet with all of your different criteria. So I just kind of wanted to point some of those things out, that it's not going to be like a heavy traffic. It's not going to, we want to be conscientious also of our neighbors. It is very rural out there, and a lot of our neighbors have been there on larger tracts of land for a long time. We've talked to all of our neighbors. We haven't gotten any pushback or any negative. They've told us they'd much rather see a farm out there than a residential establishment or a neighborhood. So anyways, that's kind of all I have to say. I don't know if you ask me questions or if there's anything else you want from me, but that's my 2 cents.
Yes, I'm sure when we have discussion,
Okay.
we might ask you to come back
Yes,
up
ma'am.
to the dais and answer some of the questions that
Okay.
everyone might have.
All right, thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Do I have anyone else here to speak on this item? No? Okay. With that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:57. Next, we are moving on to items number 9A. This is our discussion and action regarding the final plat of Cibolo Farms at Unit 4.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? All right. The property is owned by Lennar Homes of Texas Land and Construction. They are represented by Mary Stewart with KCI Technologies. The property in question is located within our ETJ. They are proposing 55 residential lots, 3 open space lots, and 5 drainage/open space lots. Sewer and water services will be provided by GV-SUD, and electricity will be provided by GVEC. The preliminary plat was approved by council on November 18th of last year. We did receive letters of certification from both of the utility providers, and they both recommended approval of the final plat for this unit. All comments have been addressed in accordance with our subdivision regulations in the city's UDC, as well as in Section 212 of the Texas Local Government Code. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this final plat. We've also included a supplemental report with this agenda item that goes through the approval criteria outlined in our UDC and sort of breaks it down and provides some analysis and findings for you. Any questions?
Microphone. I do not have any questions. Do any of you have questions for our city staff? Not yet. Okay. I think this one's kind of cut and dry. I'm not sure if anyone had any specifics on that.
I do have a question.
Oh, we do have a question. On your way back.
Sorry.
No, that's what you're here for. That's why we need you.
So just regarding drainage, right, and this plat, and I know everything's recommended for approval, is the detention ponds, are they going to be already in place before, to protect the residents that currently live in this community? It's a massive community. Are they going to build the drainage already before they start building the houses?
I'm not sure of the order.
I'm just curious, are we going to put the houses and then worry about the drainage afterwards? Or we have the drainage in place and then we can start platting all the houses?
They would have to build them in accordance with the approved drainage plan. And so at the time that they, in their drainage study, agreed to the phased construction of the ponds, they will have to be built.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's more from my knowledge. I'm just
Sure.
making sure the drainage issues we haven't said below.
To be there. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I had a question too, if you have time.
Okay, so I guess we'll go. So, yes, Mr. Sharp had his questions. Anyone else? Yes, we'll go down this. Ms. Dodd?
No questions.
No. Ms. Garcia? No. Okay, Mr. Brown?
Okay, so this is just sort of to familiarize myself since this is my first time in here. So this development, you've already approved 3 phases, is that right? And this is the 4th phase of 9, is that?
Yeah, we could pull, could you pull up the plan, the land study? No, can't do it? Okay, there you go, that'll show us.
Yeah, this is number 4. Of 9, okay, so that's not that relevant, but, and this is all in the ETJ?
That's correct.
Is there a plan to annex this, or no plan yet?
In Texas now, the only way properties are annexed is voluntarily.
Right.
So unless the residents someday come in and ask to be annexed, it'll
Right,
stay,
so there-
it'll remain outside the city limits.
There's no development agreements and that kind of thing. So in terms of permitting, does the city permit the homes? No permitting, and so we don't do any inspections and that kind of thing.
If permitting is required, or if the county has permitting, they would be performing that
Okay,
permitting.
gotcha.
But the city does not provide any oversight over the construction.
And the public infrastructure is not dedicated to the city, and is part of the county?
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Ms. Hubbard?
No, I have nothing.
Okay. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any conversation amongst us that we need to have before someone would like to propose a motion? Anything?
No.
Okay. Do we have someone who would like to propose a motion?
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
I recommend approval, staff and city engineer, based on the notes that staff has written under staff recommendations for the final plat.
I second it. Where did you want a second?
You're good. We have a motion. Do I have a second? And
second it.
Ms. Garcia, we have a second. And we'll start down on this side.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. All right. Next, we'll move on to item 9B, which is our discussion and action regarding a request to amend the future land use map, the FLUME, in the Cibolo Tomorrow Comprehensive Master Plan to change the future land use designation from estate residential to rural residential agriculture for certain real property located at 5590 Lower Seguin Road, legally described as ABS 271 Sir F. Rodriguez, 11.050 acres, Tract 1.
And I won't go through what I just did again for the second time, but I will say staff is here if you have any questions, and we're available to help.
Okay, let's go ahead and start. Mr. Sharp, any questions for staff? Yes, we're on 9B.
Yeah, I do. All right, so do we have any neighbor comments in regards to this change? Neighbor comment, any kind of comments from the neighbors? Nothing from the neighbors?
No, we, for the flume, we don't send notices within 200 feet, but it is required by state that we send we send a notice to the Seguin Gazette and then publish it on our city website, but we have not received any public comment back.
Okay, because I
date.
know they mentioned they had spoke with the neighbors, right? Maybe some of that kind of the writing, or if they would have attended, something like that could probably help out a little bit. And then one last thing. All right, so I understand you were selling fertilizer. Can we just, in plain verbiage, like what are we kind of trying to sell on this property? What exactly?
So, Mr. Sharp, you have questions for staff, or you have questions for the applicant?
This would be for the applicant then.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I wanted to, let's go ahead and do questions for staff
Okay,
first,
staff
if we
only,
can do
okay.
that, and then that way
Sure.
we can bring her up once, and then we'll have all that ready too.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for staff?
Nothing else for staff.
Okay, Ms. Dodd?
Nothing for staff.
Ms. Garcia?
I basically had a similar question to Mr. Sharp, and you said that you do not send out notifications because you said it was in the flume, is that what you said?
Yeah, with the flume, because the rezone is different, the state law requires it to be within 200 feet, but for flume or comp plan amendments, the state law doesn't require the 200-foot notice, but only the newspaper and then your city website.
So even when there may be some environmental and safety considerations, you wouldn't send it out for that specifically?
We
because
just
it
follow
falls
state
under-
law,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Fishback, anything for city staff? No, not at the moment. Okay, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. So if this gets if this gets passed, then they have to come back for rezoning, right? And if I read this correctly, it would be rezoned from low-density, single-family to general commercial or light industrial.
It would be the agricultural, our AG zoning district from the currently SF2 to agricultural.
Okay. I was just reading what it said in the packet, so so I guess my question is, what else, if we do this, what else could go in that area? I mean, are we saying that we would have to rezone other properties? You know, are we sort of obligating ourselves to similar requests in the future?
Yeah, and Mr. Brown, did you get your packet just here today, or were you able to get it previous?
Yeah, I got it.
You did get it previous, okay. Okay, yeah, so we've got a lot to catch up on because we have the uses table and a big old list of stuff to
Right, yeah,
get you, okay.
I figured that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so tonight, we're only considering an amendment to the future land use map, the flume.
I get that.
The next step will be an amendment to the zoning ordinance, but you can't consider one without thinking about
That's what I'm trying, that's what I'm getting at.
yeah. And so the current zoning on the property is single-family 2,
Right.
which is 2 units to the acre of single-family
Right.
residential. And so in order to have zoning to describe what the mayor was talking about, in the future, the zoning would have to go from SF2 to ag.
Okay.
Now, if it's a commercial operation, it would have to go from SF2 to light industrial. So those are the two options. One is where a resident lives on the property, it's small-scale agriculture. The other thing would be a tree farm that's selling wholesale to nurseries and to
Right.
builders. That would require a light industrial zoning. But let's go back to the flume. The present flume is estate residential, right? Okay, that's a category. That's what we want the future to be in that community, is a state residential type of development. In order to have what the mayor described, the flume would have to be changed to rural residential. In order to have a commercial operation, you would have to change the flume to light industrial. And so that's kind of what's before you tonight. And is the first step is, are you going to amend the flume, which typically you would amend the flume if there was a significant change, something happened, because when the flume was developed, there was a lot of time and energy spent by the parties that participated in analyzing the community, looking at trends, figuring out what the future land use would be needed, and then establishing the future land use map. So unless something dramatic happened, typically you would keep your flume intact and you wouldn't amend your flume. So tonight before you is the question, do you go from, the application is from estate residential to rural residential, correct?
So I guess to follow on, I didn't see a recommendation from staff. Is that normal for this kind of a?
Well, I think for all flume amendments, the staff is not going to make recommendations for them. Now, if there was something significant, we would bring it to the commission's attention and say, we think there's a reason why you would want to amend your flume. But given the work that went into the development of the flume, the adoption of the flume, it is the community's future land use map.
Right.
We're not going to recommend that you change that.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ms. Hubbard, I think you do have a few comments for city staff that we were trying to go over maybe prior, but I guess it's better anyways, all the commissioners here at the same time. Do you want to present some of that information? Okay.
Yeah. Well, as far as whether something is dense or rural, sorry, I'm gonna do a Kara real quick because I can't. That's not a big talking point, right? Because her land backs right up to my neighborhood, and we're dense, right? So the only thing that's not in our packet is that if the resident plans to live on that land or not. as a full-time resident.
And the code is not clear. Is it going to be a small-scale operation, or is it going to be a commercially large operation?
It's 11
And
acres.
so, yeah, and so the code doesn't clear.
She has more acres behind my house.
But it's not a matter of size, it's a matter of intensity. And so that's where you want to know what your decision will be based on what would the intensity of the agricultural operation be.
Well, she said it's online, is that right?
Yeah,
She said it's online.
I don't know what that means in terms of intensity, because you could sell hundreds of trees online. You could have.
But she stated that they wouldn't have a lot of traffic, there wouldn't be parking, Sunday and Saturdays wouldn't be crazy, there wouldn't be in and out the flow of people visiting and coming by.
Yeah, and I think what Olivia meant when she was saying gaps is that the code's not clear to give us that guidance to help you make this decision. The code says agriculture. Well, there's a lot of variation in what type of agriculture operation you can conduct, and so it's a decision that the commission will have to wrestle with.
Is she going to reside on that property? Because it's not in our packet.
I don't know. I don't know that.
I'm sorry, I forgot your last name. Austin? Okay, Miss Austin, can you go ahead and come up for a moment as well?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the ultimate intention, but since it didn't seem like there was really any middle ground between ag and residential, the main focus is the ag part of it. Ideally, yes, I would like to be there and do all the things in regards to a small homestead in addition to this, which is kind of why I disagree with the commercial and light industrial, but I understand that there's not really a very clear distinction between all of those things.
Your answer is yes?
Yes.
You would be living there?
Ideally, I would like to, yes.
Okay, then I guess we would have to make sure that she first establishes residency, right? Before,
How do you mean?
well,
On the
I
property?
mean, see, not for your end, but for our end, there's a lot of missing information in the packet.
Okay.
So that's why we're asking staff the questions we're asking and bringing up the points that we're asking. But okay, so you will be residing there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the packet, there's two areas where I guess it's kind of conflicting, but since you're going to live there, we don't really need to worry about it. And so we have that on record, right, since she's here? Okay. Okay. That's all I can think of for right now.
Okay, I have a couple items that I'd like to ask for city staff. Ms. Austin, that should be easy to remember, I don't know why I'm not. I'll call you back up in just a moment.
Thank you.
So I'm having a little bit of an unclear timeline on, okay, so we have the Texas right to farm, right? That's something that would play into this or would not play into this? Because I'm not as familiar with that as I should be. It's just some of the stuff that came up, and I wish I had a little bit more information. When I feel like I was first presented this, it made me feel like it was going to be like a nursery, like that one down by HEB off 35 exit, and I'm picturing like a commercial-sized nursery, right? Acres and acres of pots of trees and trucks coming in and out. So I think it's very smart and very helpful that they wrote a letter in that kind of went over what the business model is kind of intended for and the use is intended for. That's great. So my understanding is it sounds like it's a small scale farm. It doesn't sound like it's anything that would fit inside a C1 criteria. So I'm just kind of curious with Texas right to farm information, if you have more time to clarify that so some of us understand a little bit.
Yeah,
Or I can AI it really quick if I need to, but I'd prefer to hear it from staff because then it pertains 100% to Cibolo. And
so with what we're working with, so we have two definitions. One is just agricultural as it stands. The other is what's in your packet, the agricultural sales and services. Um, as what was mentioned before, the main distinction is the fact that you're, for the most part, you're going to be living on that property. Incidental to you living on the property would be a greenhouse or nursery, kind of like what Miss Latimer, she's living on the property. It's not a full-scale commercial um, business that's being operated. So those are the differences between the two. So just looking at the agricultural definition, it says the use of land for the production and primary processing of food and fibers for sale, including cultivating, dairying, horticulture, pasturing, floriculture, and it goes on, and such incidental accessory facilities such as greenhouses and nurseries, provided that the operation of such accessory facilities shall be clearly secondary to normal agricultural services. So that's the distinction between a family farm and actual agricultural business, as shown in our UDC. So just trying to lay that out there for you all. I guess maybe what was also unclear was the intent, as what was shown in your narrative letter. I don't think we were told as staff that it was the intention for the applicant to be living on the property. If that is the case, then maybe that kind of zoning classification would be more applicable as Ms. Latimer's is. So the discretion is up to you all in terms of how you want to proceed with this. This is a flume amendment. As Mr. Vasquez mentioned, a zone change would be after this. So if it does get approved, your next steps would be looking at the zone change. So just keep all that in mind as you consider all this.
I'm just not seeing where the flume amendment at this point would be necessary for what the intent of them coming to you and asking for. My recommendation would be to table this and to ask if you guys can work together a little bit better, more in depth with Miss Austin and the city, and maybe try again, knowing some more of the information. I don't know where the property line exactly is. I drive out there all the time, Hakerville and Lower Seguin and all that. Is there currently any structure on the property at all?
No.
There's not any structure on the property at all. So right now it is literally
area.
just open space land.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Austin. Oh,
Review the intent of the state residential and rural residential wetland, because I think she's saying that we should be able to make it work within those flume definitions, and we can't.
If I may, the reason this was brought to be agricultural was because initially Ms. Austin applied to have like a storage unit on there to use as the greenhouse, and within our UDC it says that only properties zoned agricultural can have those, and so that was kind of my direction to go from the SF2 to ag.
does the greenhouse have to be a certain square footage? Because I have plenty of neighbors with greenhouses in their backyards, so I'm confused why they would
It was
have
the
to.
type of.
The type of
structure.
greenhouse, the structure of the greenhouse.
Yeah.
And that's and where does it say that in? So my neighbors that have a lot, that have a really nice looking greenhouse back there, and I think a little bit of quail or fowl or something going on, you're telling me that they.
I guess it's not like the traditional greenhouse you think of with the glass and everything. It would be like the storage, like the movable storage units. if that
So
makes
again,
sense.
what triggers, I guess I'm trying to understand, because we haven't had this come up yet, and so I'm so thankful that everyone's here to really absorb and that staff is here to answer questions, so thank you. What triggers then that definition between, my neighbors where we live in SF6, or I guess there's no SF6 anymore, where I live in town and I have plenty of neighbors with structures in the backyard, whether it be a shed, Because I know sheds over 120 square feet, I want to say, trigger something with the city. So where is my platform with greenhouses?
Yeah, so I'm not going to answer specifically your question because we've not prepared for those questions and answers. But what happens generally in cities is in the residential building code, if you're dealing with a single-family home, there will be a criteria established in the residential construction code that says, you said 120, some are 200 square feet. Anything above a certain square footage will trigger the requirement that you submit construction drawings and structurally sound engineered plans for that structure. So it becomes a commercial building as opposed to a residential shed. And that was probably the case here. I don't know what size it was. Like I said, we're not prepared to have those conversations tonight.
Okay.
But it would probably be a size and scale of greenhouse that would then put it in a commercial type facility, which would then go through the building department for review and approval. And maybe that's where they got caught up.
Yeah, okay. I think at this point, I would prefer to postpone this item and I think you guys have some more stuff to kind of work out. Commissioners, what are your thoughts? Anyone? I guess I'll go down this way. If I were to make a motion to postpone and see what we can do, does that probably sound fair at this point? Okay. Okay,
Yeah, I
I'd like
agree.
to make a motion to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I agree, because I had a lot of questions, like how much of the land was going to be used for the nursery. I also
Yeah.
wanted to know if it is going to be like the nursery, like you mentioned, the one going. So I have a lot of questions, and we just don't have the information.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go that far at all right now from the sounds of it. So, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 9B. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a tie. Yep, okay. Starting on this end.
Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone. So, Miss Austin, if you can work with the city staff, I'm sure you guys already have each other's information. I don't know if tomorrow, maybe give it a couple days, but I think we need to kind of go back to the drawing board on this before we look at a flume amendment, before we look at changing zoning, before we look at all these other things. I think that there needs to be a little bit more conversation had. We are here as well. If you have any questions, I'm sure they have our email. They can forward that on to you. You are out in district, do you know what district you're in? I'm just wondering who council person, you'd be for. So that would be Ms. Cunningham. If we could get her Ms. Cunningham's information as well, because I know she's also familiar with a lot out there on Hakerville and Lower Seguin, and there's a lot of commissioners, or I'm sorry, city council that I think would be also helpful. Maybe there's something that we're not quite looking at. So that's my thought process on it. And we thank you for coming tonight and having all the information. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number, item 10. We have 10A, staff updates.
All right, good evening, commissioners. Just some updates from the last time that we had our January meeting. Site plans currently under review. The newest under there is Midas. That's the automotive service. I believe that's going in Cibolo Commons. Site plans and administrative plats recently approved. Chamberlain Roofing and Waterproofing. That was previously under review. They've had their site plan approved. Plat's currently under review. The newest addition is Grace Valley Ranch Phase 5, the preliminary plat. In terms of items that you all have already considered, Schlother Ranch, the land study, and private streets came to you at your January 14th meeting. You all had recommended approval. It did go to City Council on January 27th, and that was approved. Last night, the Schlother Ranch Public Improvement Agreement was presented to Council, and that was approved as well. 4240 and 4270 Green Valley Road. That was the Flume Amendment from community residential to compact residential. That was heard at your January 14th meeting. You all had recommended denial. City Council backed that action up and denied their application on February 10th of 2026. Also within your packets, as normal, we have the economic development report. Within that, in planning review, Old Weiderstein self-storage, their preliminary plat was approved. Now they have their final plat that's currently under review. As mentioned earlier, we have Midas, their site plan is currently under review. Building permits in process, we have Ace Hardware. They are in the permit process. They're working on a tenant finish out. And then on FM 1103, we have Vapology. That's been permitted. And Midas is simultaneously through their site plan. They've also submitted building plans that are under review. C of O's that have been issued, PT Solutions on Cibolo Valley Drive. Recently, they had their C of O issued. They weren't open at that time, but they are now open. And what I also wanted to add, I guess I'm running through this pretty fast, but does anybody have any questions on any of these items?
The agenda posting date, the chair wants to move it back to Tuesday.
Okay. In terms of the agenda item posting date, I guess we got word that it will be moved to Tuesday. Another thing that we wanted to mention is that as you all had heard from the mayor and Ms. Norma Sanchez-Stevens, they are wanting to hold a potential workshop with you all and council, a joint workshop, if you will. I think the date that they're looking at is March 24th. That's a Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. So that's to discuss a proposed municipal utility district and their development agreement, and that's proposed on Bolton Road near I-10. It looks like with that development, it's approximately 294 acres across 2 tracks in the city's ETJ, and they're proposing over 1,300 single-family lots. So if you all are interested in wanting to be a part of that discussion, that would be a good meeting or workshop to attend.
You said 1,300?
1,300, over 1,300 single-family lots.
Wow. Okay.
And that's within the Cibolo South Sanitary Sewer area that the city recently acquired from GV Sud. I think that's all that we have. We do have an item whenever you do get to it, Ms. Chair, for a future agenda item.
Yeah, under staff updates, okay, so that's everything for 10A, and then that's what you're saying, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So under staff updates, I think they kind of got to you really quick. Commissioners, so we get our packets on Friday from our city secretary emailed to our P&Z email accounts. And that is because that is the posting goes out on Thursday, which is the minimum requirement we have to get it into the Seguin Gazette and post it or whatever. It's just the posting, I guess, the legal posting.
By state law,
the state law
the legislation
says,
changed. You must have 3 full business days between the date you post, not including that day, and the date of the meeting, not including that day, and not to include weekends or holidays.
Okay, so what we have been working on, the chair and the vice chair meet, well, right now we meet the Wednesday before, so last Wednesday, to go over the agenda and see if there's anything in the packet that we want staff to put together, so when you guys get it on Friday, if there's extra information or ideas. And you all have that option of always asking anything you see or any ideas or extra information, you have to get to them. So I've always been feeling like the time is a little bit constrained because it's Friday, then you go into the weekends, and then you have Monday, Tuesday, and then here we are. And so what I just found out that I didn't know was that technically the city secretary can post it earlier. So she could post it like on Monday or Tuesday, which means we would get our packet on Wednesday, which means we would have like a full week. And I really like that idea of giving us more time. So that just means that the vice chair, Ms. Fishback, and I would just need to set aside Monday, the week before, to meet with the planning department and put that final agenda together and any extra information. And then city secretary would post it Tuesday at noon. Is that right? Or is there a time frame on that?
I don't give timeframes for posting, but I would need the information no later than noon to post that day.
Okay, and that is important to us because if we come up with something sometimes at the meeting, because that is like a brainstorming session almost, we might say, oh, well, we did forget to add the subcommittee and we want to throw it in there, or we do need, et cetera. So that's why the time frames is kind of important to us who are helping with that agenda. So I would like to have that done, and I assume the commissioners don't have an issue with getting our packet with more time. Okay, and so can we make that official then? Is there a way to put it on our plate for the Monday prior? We would have our meeting. We can email a time because I'm not sure what my Mondays look like yet.
Meetings
Okay.
at the office, so it would have to be between 1 and 2.
Okay,
I have
so
to be off by 2.
yeah, we'll email and try to get a schedule for Monday, and then that means Tuesday it posts, and Wednesday we actually get our packets. So that was kind of under staff updates that we had just talked about last minute. Other than that, I'll let you go back to your 10B. I do have one more question really quick on that topic of the packets and the agendas and the postings. Since we have a new city secretary and we have new processes and planning coming in place, are we planning on giving some duties and taking some stuff off of our city secretary and giving that back to the planning department where you all work with us on the agenda instead of pushing everything through Ms. Val?
Well, as far as posting the agenda, that will always go through the city secretary's office. There are some discussions about the minutes and attending the meetings, but that's the only thing that's on the table at this time.
Yeah,
But it's not.
Okay. It's not the minutes I'm too worried about. Whoever does the minutes, I'm sure is fine. It's giving the planning department to stay within the planning department. Because right now, the planning and zoning, sometimes it's like pieces go to the city secretary and then pieces come here and then pieces go there. It'd be nice to keep the city staff and the planning department who we work with consistently, right, have all of that information. So if on Monday we're working with Mr. Vasquez or Mr. Spencer or whoever to put that agenda together and then they hand it to you already done on Tuesday, and that also means that since you already have all the packet information on Tuesday, then the planning department would email us our packets instead of putting that also on you having to email us our packets.
I don't know what other things the city secretary's office has been doing other than the agendas and
I don't see a problem with us emailing
But I don't
out
have a
the pack-
problem if you prefer them to email
Adobe
it to you. That I don't have a problem with that.
I just think the planning department should have a little bit more, not always having to put it through the city secretary if it's not required by state law or by the city, because it gets to us faster. It's a little bit easier to communicate. They're the ones that we're replying back to. So we're sitting here and we're replying back, but it's going to, I'm just trying to cut out some of the unnecessary task items that I don't think you really need to do.
Are you just talking about like your communication with staff? Is that what you're referring to?
Currently, I'm talking about the ability on Monday for the chair and the vice chair and the planning department to comprise the agenda ourselves. Put the agenda together, hand it to the city secretary for her Tuesday at noon posting.
They're already doing that.
Yeah,
They
well,
already
we-
do all of your agenda and agenda link. They notify me when they're completed with it, and then I just go in and clean up and make sure everything looks good, and then I post it and email it out to you. I'm not building your agendas.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just making sure they're posted
we enter the
appropriately.
data into the platform on your staff reports. We do, planning department does all that. And once we've populated all the cases, we email that to the city secretary who's required to legally post, and she's done.
Yeah, I have
We
to
can
post it
change-
because
we
my
can
name
send
is
the
on there.
PDF document out. Once she posts, we can send that out. too.
Okay, perfect. Can you guys do that then
Yeah.
and get it sent out to us? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
We can do
perfect.
that.
Thank you. Yep, that's okay. There's a lot of hands, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen sometimes, and that's why I'm trying to simplify it. If we have options to simplify things, we should simplify it, yeah. So,
Yeah.
Through the department.
okay, awesome. Thanks, Ms. Val.
Okay, this is our first attempt at some training and in accordance with the direction from the city council. We don't have a methodology, so if you want to change something, if you just want to do Q&A, I'm not going to read the outline to you. I sent that to you already, so if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. But I'll hit some of the highlights and then a couple of things that I want to talk about. First of all, the outline gave you kind of the state mandated requirements for zoning and subdivision activity and where that comes from out of the Texas Local Government Code. I have visuals as well. So it all starts from the Texas Constitution and its authority to allow cities to regulate property rights and behaviors. Once the Constitution gives us that power through their police powers, the legislature then adopts what's called the Texas Local Government Code. This is produced every 2 years when the legislature meets. They will modify it. So your UDC should change every 2 years along with it incrementally. I got to say, I was quite surprised when I arrived here and I saw that you had UDCs from 2013 to 2024, and we had 5 versions, right? Is that 6 versions? Most cities will adopt their UDCs every 10 to 15 years. They'll do incremental changes as the legislature changes things, and then after 10 years of all those changes, you rewrite the whole thing, as well as development trends change, people want to live differently, then you incorporate that into your new document every 10 to 15 years. So we're going to try and break the pattern of the past of adopting one every couple of years with the UDC that you're going to be working on. Hopefully it'll be good enough to last us 10 years, and we'll just incrementally change it as the legislature changes. So Chapter 211 is the zoning section of the state local government code, and Chapter 212 is the subdivision section. All of your authority starts here. They tell you what you can and what you can't do with those 2 tools of subdivision and zoning and vested rights. It's available online, and you can read that there if you're interested. If you want a hard copy, the next time around we'll order extras. We get one for each planner just because I like to have paper and I need to be able to mark it up and highlight it and make sure I'm aware of what's going on at the state level. But every 2 years, I think the point is that it changes. It's never a static document. The Constitution, the Texas Local Government Code, and then local adopted ordinances, or the UDC, is kind of the structure. Okay. Focusing on zoning, what you can use your zoning powers for, you can regulate land uses. Can this property be used for this? We just had a long conversation about how property will be used. Building heights, building density, how many units to the acre, lot sizes, setbacks, and then creating zoning around districts. And the purpose is public health and safety. The Planning Commission, there's outlined responsibilities here that you must do if you have a planning commission. And it also sets up the structure of planning commissions. Some cities operate where the planning commission is the final authority on subdivision plats, but your planning commissions are never the final authority on zoning cases. Zoning cases are a legislative activity that must be decided by your city council, but subdivision plats, they're a ministerial responsibility. And what all that means is once the council adopts its subdivision ordinance, you have to follow the ordinances. And so you really don't need those plats to go to the city council. Cibolo has opted into a provision in the local government code that allows the city council to review subdivision plats as well as the planning commission. So the zoning activities, the planning commission must hold a public hearing. You do that, provide public notice. You make sure that staff takes care of that in the Seguin Gazette. You make recommendations to the city council on zoning cases. Typically, you wouldn't do that on subdivision plats. You would be finally approving them. And then you review zoning map amendments and zoning text amendments to the UDC. Those should all start right here at the Planning Commission and then work their way through the hearing process up to City Council for a final decision. Public hearings are required on rezoning, zoning map amendments, conditional use permits, PUDs, and zoning text. So all those are zoning cases. We call conditional use permits. They're not permits. It's a zoning layer. It's a land use regulation. And so even though they use the term permit, there is no permit actually involved. And then you move over to Chapter 212, which is your regulation of the division of the land, raw land, into lots, or taking a lot and carving that into two. The Chapter 212 of the Local Government Code allows you to regulate public infrastructure, streets, utilities, and drainage easements. And under 212, the Planning Commission may approve subdivision plats, disapprove plats, but basically to ensure compliance with the subdivision regulations. I know in our staff presentations they're a little lengthy, but the reality is we should be coming before the Planning and Zoning Commission on subdivision plats and telling you that we've looked at the plat, we've reviewed it in terms of every regulation established in your UDC. The plat has met those requirements, and the commission must approve those subdivision plats. Recently, our staff developed very clear list for preliminary plats. Before that, there were no clear guidance to your applicants on what they were required to do, but they now are clear on our website. And I'll provide some, you hand out copies. Let's start with this is application, right? So initially, when someone is applying for a subdivision plat, they have to have a complete application on file through our MGO system. And so there's a list of items that must be submitted with the application, or else we won't process the application. We'll reject the application, or we'll just leave it in a hold pattern until all the boxes are checked and all the documents that are required in accordance with your UDC are submitted by the application. So that's the criteria for a properly submitted subdivision plat application. That's different than completeness check. So completeness means you have a complete filing. It has met the requirements of your subdivision ordinance. You want to hand out completeness. And so this is a list that we use to determine when an application, a preliminary plat application, is ripe to present to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation to the City Council. So you can look at that list. It's even longer than the initial list because we are checking all the requirements in your adopted UDC, and we would show up to your meeting and say, we've placed this application before you because the application is complete, it's met all your standards, and staff would recommend approval of that application. And so those are now posted on the website. Applicants can't say we didn't know what we were doing. It's right there on the website in black and white for them to be able to know what our requirements are for the initial application, and then the application completeness to be placed on your agenda for approval. The only I've kind of skipped one item on your outline, and that is the Texas vesting statute, Chapter 245. And it's an important chapter. Like I said, you had 5 or 6 UDCs. The vesting statute was created for that reason. Cities would find that they didn't like a particular development, so they'd rush out and try and pass a rule and try and prevent the development from occurring. The legislature didn't like that, so when they met every 2 years, they said, you know what, we're going to pass rules. So there's a framework on how cities can change rules once an application is started. So they passed the Texas vesting statute, chapter 245. You can read it here or read it online. And what that does, it says the legislature came back and said if an applicant is proposing a project and they've submitted an application, that locks in place the rules that are in place at that time. And the legislature went further because it wasn't our application they were talking about, it was any application. So if they go to TxDOT 2 years in advance and they say, give us a permit, we're going to cut the curb in the future, and that may be 3 years down the line, that would vest them in your regulations that were in place at the time, even though you might have updated your UDC. So even when we do update the UDC, if somebody has a permit from the water district or the electric district or TxDOT, they're going to be vested under the prior code. That's the way that the legislature wanted that to be. Let's see here. I think that's what I wanted to cover: vesting, our applications, the ministerial nature of the plat approval tonight, and anything out of the outline that you were presented in advance. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
I got a question. Sorry. Most common mistake a P&Z member will make, and how can we avoid it?
Well, on the subdivision side, it's wanting to have additional criteria beyond completeness. And so the legislature doesn't allow you to do that. Again, it goes back to the ministerial role. Once the rules are in place and adopted by the city council, if the project follows the rules, you gotta approve.
Really, at that point, it's just going through the guideline, or going through the steps.
Right.
There's no changing it at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the zoning side, something we were talking about earlier tonight with this applicant is the idea that you want to start thinking about, can we condition the zoning? Can we add criteria? Conditional zoning is not allowed. You can't tag things. We were sitting over here talking, asking how could we control this agricultural use to make sure it doesn't blow up to a giant commercial nursery facility. And the only tool that's available, and it's not really recommended, is to have a deed restriction put in place and try to have all those controls in a deed restriction, and then join the city, where the city would have to spend the money in taking that party to court and making sure they follow those restrictions. Because otherwise, it's just verbal promises, and they walk out the door and they say, oh, don't worry, there's not going to be any 18-wheeler traffic, and then you find out they're selling thousands and thousands of trees, and they need to load them up on a tractor, and so then things change. If when this applicant comes back, if we can't fit that into the flume or to the zoning category, right zoning category, we'll be talking to you about, do you want to recommend a deed restriction as a way out? Yeah. So those are probably the common things we see.
Thanks.
Anyone else have questions on this training? Ms. Dodd? Ms. Garcia? Ms. Brown?
So, and forgive me if I'm, if this is patently clear, but does the P&Z have the final authority on plats, of approving plats? Do any plats go to the city council?
All of the preliminary, and then so we require that you go through a preliminary process,
Right.
and then you come back and you finish the final plat process. Both go through the city council.
They
for
both
approval.
go to the city council.
So the answer is no. We used to.
Oh, really?
And the hope is to get that back because it is not in line with the standard that we see across planning and zoning commissions throughout Texas. So we're hoping that there will be some positive, just some stuff that comes back to take it off of other people's plates and put it kind of more back in a position of a category where it kind of belongs. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So there's a couple of things in the training stuff we can go over at the end that have some examples of some other outlines from other cities. So we'll go through that.
Yeah. And the local government code allows it to be both ways. That's a local community decision, city council. Yeah.
Ms. Hubbard, anything for,
No, thank you.
okay. And I don't have anything either because I've kind of gone through it a little bit. That ginormous TLGC book that you have, is that pretty pricey? I'm just wondering if each commissioner does have one, if maybe it's more of a rental thing and it stays with the seat. It is handy to have. I think, Mr. Sharp, I know you like tech. You probably wouldn't want it on paper. Yeah, so I'm just curious. I don't want to cost our city all this money. I'm just wondering if, I would be interested in a copy, but I feel like maybe it's something, it's a loaner, like it stays with, the seat and it gets turned back in, so it's not.
Yeah, no, if whoever would like one, if you want a hard copy, I like a hard copy. Staff doesn't. They do everything digitally now, but I still
Every
like
2 years.
Right.
Yeah, every 2 years. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that later then. Awesome. I
Yeah.
don't have any questions then. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that is it. I think you got done a little earlier than your estimated time, so wow, good for you.
Well, we'll
Okay,
bring more topics next time. We'll coordinate with you, decide where we go next, and then how much time you want to spend. It's up to you guys.
Gotcha.
We're glad
Okay.
to stay if you want to stay.
yep, we appreciate that. We will move on to item number 11, which is our subcommittee updates. Mr. Brown, we started a subcommittee for planning and zoning training. We felt there was a definite gap in when a commissioner gets appointed and takes a seat, and then every meeting is always different, and you're always learning something new, and it's just really hard to compile as much information that you need. So currently, we're going, so we don't go over quorum, we had to keep it at 3 people. And since Mr. Hines is not with us anymore, Maria and I will stay on this subcommittee for a little bit. As we finalize that, we're like really close to being done. The mayor stepped in and had some ideas. I believe that's where some of this outline may have come from that we got tonight and works with the planning department. So the subcommittee updates, there's some final steps we're doing in the phases. There is a SharePoint drive. Does everybody remember getting an email with a SharePoint hyperlink? Yes, okay, so if you go in there under the subcommittee, or I'm sorry, the SharePoint folder, there's all sorts of folders and you can click away, and we're using that as a library is the term that we've come to. And so that will be the library, and we will have like the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or there's still some, with the new council and mayor and some new staff, we're kind of reworking it a tiny bit, but the outline is going to be the same in the basis, and that will be your reference to go back to if you want more information on the UDC, if you want more information on the guiding principles of our town, or just trying to find a way to categorize it and make it a resource. I'm trying to think, what else am I missing?
Yeah, and it will have links, right? So that all the documents won't necessarily be online, but it'll give you links if you want to go to the Texas Government Code, right? Because there's no way to publish all that, but it'll give you links to that. And yeah, we'll have to we'll ask our planning department to send you that link as well to your email address. And then that way everybody has it. Please give us your thoughts on how it's organized, and it's just really your resource, right? Your library of tools if you have any questions and need more information that maybe you can't get necessarily from the planning department because it's late at night or whatever, right? It's just, it'll be accessible online.
So that's all we have for subcommittee updates is we've kind of moved some people around. I wasn't on the initial one. Mr. Thompson, we moved around. And so Maria and I will just finish it out unless somebody really, really is itching, and then we kind of have to, So other than that, that's all we have for subcommittee updates. Number 12, items for future agendas. I don't believe I have anything. Does anybody have anything they need to see or would like to see? Okay, you can always email me, let me know. Other than that, we do have something. Go ahead.
For items for future agenda, just wanted to give you all a heads up. We had Mr. Sharp step down from kayak. It is still a requirement that we have one P&Z member to be on the kayak committee. We've brought the item a couple of times before, so we will be bringing it back again in April. And just to remind everybody about the kayak committee, I have some handouts here from the consultants that are over the project, Freeze and Nichols. These are just some short one-pagers talking about the purpose of the kayak committee, as well as their project dates. So you can keep these in mind if they work with your schedule. If the purpose and the role of the kayak committee resonates with you, we can talk about it some more in April.
Yeah, so kayak, you're right, kayak CIAC, Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. So yes, good point there, Mr. Brown,
And you said-
CIAC.
Did you say the dates that they meet? Did you mention the dates that they meet?
That's something we kept asking, if there's like, planning and zoning is always the second Wednesday, like what is, kayak has been everywhere. So is there a set schedule that they've come up? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Their
So-
dates are not set like P and, they don't have a set date like P and Z. It's kind of whenever the,
Oh, hold on, commissioners, 1 second. Can you start over? I'm sorry.
I said they don't have a set date, like you guys are the second Wednesday of it. They don't have that. It's kind of whenever we can get Freeze and Nichols and the committee to have a quorum and meet.
Okay, but this is the calendar that we have so far. March, looks like nothing in, okay, we'll look over it. We'll ask questions later. Okay. Okay, well, I'll take a look at that and see what we can come up with amongst ourselves. My last understanding was it was not a legal requirement. It was a request from council to have someone from planning and zoning on the kayak. Okay, so we'll do the best that we can.
Sorry, man. I got the UDC thing. It was 2 boards and that one was a whole lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Yep.
Realize it, and that's too much.
Yeah, that's okay. Gotcha, okay.
It's a 3-year commitment. I didn't know that. I thought it was like a temporary, like, hey, it goes with the UDC, but she's like, no, it's a 3-year commitment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's easy, but water sports.
The new guy likes water sports. Okay. Okay. Anything else for items for future agendas? Psst. Anything else for items for future agendas? Anybody? No? Okay. Time is 7:59. Would like to make a motion for adjournment. Okay. I have a motion and a second.
Aye.
Wait, are you the second?
Oh, I thought we were saying. Sorry.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second. Okay, we'll start on this side.
Aye.
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 And we are out of here.